my name is Jacob Zoll, and today we are back at it with our 2D top-down RPG game in Game Maker Studio. And this project is simply called How to Develop Top-Down 2D RPG in Game Maker. This one we're going over the core gameplay of the whole thing. So we're going to be going over... this is pretty much all the same as the first one, because all you need is the same things, if you saw that. But if not, the requirements are basically Game Maker Studio 1.4. You can use 2 for this, sure, but I'm not familiar with it, so it's a bit of a different setup, so it could be it's gonna be different for you. And then the target audience, if you want to learn how to build an RPG or in Game Maker, or just see how it's done. So the curriculum, we've got 6 sessions here for you. The first session is enemies and health. We're going to be setting up the basis for enemies and adding a health bar to the player. Relatively simple, but it's very good stuff to know. Second session, death animation and gold. So the player is going to die. We're going to have an animation for that, and we're going to add gold to drop from when the enemies die. So pick them up, and you're going to have a gold counter as well. So the third session, we have a marketplace, which is very simple. Principle overall is just a place where you spend the gold. Session 4, we're going to go over some variables, a new enemy, and a new level. The variables are very important. They're very, very important. They're probably one of the most important things at this entire project, just because they can be used for so many different things across the board, from different kinds of projects, different kind of games, and everything. They're used for everything, especially games like this, RPG games. So session 5, we are going to be doing the first quest. We're going to be creating a first boss. We're going to give the player sufficient gold for defeating the boss, as well as creating a new level, and we're going to add it with a bunch of trees. So the friendly forest, if you will, now has plenty of actual trees. It's a forest now, not just plain grass field. If you saw the first project, you will laugh at that, hopefully. Sixth session is about the main menu music. It's a very simple session, just about using Canva to assist in developing a main menu, applying fitting music, maybe chiptune, something like that, and sound effects. It's the game, as well as applying them and or editing them for the game in like Audacity or something like that. So I hope you enjoy, and if you have any comments, questions, or concerns, please feel free to message me over here, or add me on Skype, or message me on Skype, or anything like that, if you have any requests or anything like that. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a great day.
Hello everybody, my name is Jacob Zoll, and today we're back at it again with our 2D top-down RPG in Game Maker Studio. We're going to do part 2 this time. This is session 1 of part 2. We're going to start with the health system. So first of all, let's get into the game, just to show you where we left off last time, and we'll go from there. If you watch the first session, you know that the controls are all the arrow keys, and then WASD for the attack, which is punching, and then when you pick this spear up, it becomes spearing. So we figured all that out. Took a while, but figured it all out. So now we're going to get into the health. Now I found a nice little tutorial online. It's drag and drop tutorial. So I will follow this to the T. And then I'm going to bookmark this, and I will add it to the description of this, so you can take a look at this exactly and read it for yourself if you'd like. A create event, just add set health from the score tab, set it to 10. Okay. Wrong thing. Excuse me, I just woke up a little bit ago. Create event. We're going to go to the score tab, and we're going to set health to just to 10, or yeah, set to 10. Okay. Done the object. Alright, so in this case there is no gravity or anything in this game. So we're going to create another object, make control underscore OBJ. Usually I just use a gravity object because it's already there. we're going to create a draw event. We're going to go to the score tab and draw health. Oh, I think I messed that up. I didn't, I did lives for the main character, I believe. So we're going to do set object main. Oh, actually it's main underscore OBJ. Like I said, the file for this game will be in the description. But then also this link will be as well. So you can see what I'm doing exactly through that. Back color is whatever color, or silver. We'll do like a silver, that's good. Just because it's good to see. Bar color, green to red. I guess that works. Okay, so we're just going to put that in the game, and yeah, I set the lives to 10. We'll go to score, we'll go to set health to 10. We'll probably want to set to 100. So we're going to go to friendly forest here. We're going to add the control. And we're going to play it and see what happens. Overall, it's a very simple process. I just don't want to have to go through each step and figure it all out myself, considering. It's alright looking. I kind of like how that functions. So, let's see here. I feel like it's a little too wide. Be bigger, smaller, change the X's and Y's, Okay, so we should be able to the Y. Not sure which Y it is, if it's Y1 or Y2 that controls this, so we're just going to try 15. Actually, let's try this first. Let's go to the room. Okay. So yeah, we'll try 15. And we'll try no color, just to see how it looks, because it should just be green and straight red, which should look okay. Alright, maybe we'll just keep it the way it is, just so it's easy. Make sure it works now. To just break it somehow. Broke it somehow. I know it didn't. Background color is set to none. That's what it is. Okay, that's fine. So step 4, open up the health object in the keyboard upper round. Put a test health action from the 100 in the value box. Put a smaller. Okay. Open up the health object. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna put control. We'll do key press. We'll do Z. Test health action from the score tab. Put 100 in the value box, put smaller than in the operation box. It was smaller than, 100. So make sure your health isn't at maximum when you add health. From the same tab, put in a set health action and put in the 1 for the value. Alright, so this is an if statement. If health is smaller than 100, then you're going to set health. And 1 for the value, make sure relative option. Okay, so we're going to make it relative to the value of 1, so it's going to be adding 1 every time. In theory. Now duplicate the keyboard up, set the duplicate as a keyboard down event, change the health event value to 0. So we're going to duplicate this and make this other key X. Change the check health event to 0, larger than. So we're going to do 0, larger than, and change the set health action to value -1 with relative being checked, because what this is doing is we're testing the health. So if we hit Z, we should get more health. If we hit X, we should get minus health, just to make sure the health system actually works. That's pretty cool. It should progressively get towards green from red. That's pretty cool. Problem is, though, it changes objects there. I'm not sure exactly how. That plays into this. Okay, so, well, that is all set. We have the health bar at least working now. So we're going to save it. And we are going to see what else we can do here. I think we're going to want to go to Open Game Art and check for enemies. And we'll see what comes out here. That way we can potentially use just 1 or 2 of them just to get a feel for the damage in the game. Let's see. If it loads a little bit faster, then this might go a little smoother. Alright, so alright, that's okay. What we'll do, we'll just use the first pack that we saw. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it will do. He also wants credit, so we gotta give him credit. Okay, so I'll put this in this folder here. Actually, no. We need to desktop, project, Worthmore. Now what am I meant to do? Okay. Alright, so now let's go to create a sprite. We're going to edit sprite. We're going to create from strip. We have to go to the projects file here, Worthmore, and RPG critters. First of all, which one do we want to use? We don't have any other sprites besides these, so we can't, like, I guess we could use the ones with the swords and stuff and the spears, but I don't think that's a great idea. I'm kind of feeling this one down here, so we'll pick him and we'll call him Glob. SPR. Okay, and we'll glob underscore RPG. Make him a solid. And we need to give him a sprite. So we can do with glob here. Control. Draw the health bar. We also want to, I don't know if we can give him a health bar as well. We should be able to. So we can copy and paste this. And we'll make one for Glob here. We'll give Glob some health. And then we'll go to Glob object and we'll give Glob create, set the health to, first of all, let's set our health to 100. And then let's go and draw and give Glob underscore draw health. Oh no, not draw health, set health to 75. And see if that works. And then we'll drop Glob in here somewhere. And we'll drop another one over there just to test it. Now, what might happen is he might have the same health as we do, which obviously we don't want. But we will see. We have 100 health and they have 75, so... Well, Glob is nowhere to be seen. And we also only have no, my bad. We want to create. Set the health to 75. Right? Yeah, create. Okay. I don't know why I hit draw. Alright, well, that's something. Except we both have the same health. Which is not good. Except then the second glove doesn't have any health. That's not cool. Alright, so we might not do any health for the enemies like that. One hit. One hit KO. So 25 health. Let's just do 25 health for Glob. Go to control. We'll delete the second health bar. Also, I guess we'll keep this for now. But now one of the things we need to do, it's going to be a little difficult, is we're going to have to do damage. Which one way is to have an actual gun, and we can fire, bullets. With this spear, I'm not exactly trying to do physical damage, because if you're change sprite into, okay, so we hit W and we punch, right? Then how are we going to collide when we punch? We can't just do a generalized collision event, because we can't, we don't have each, if we did each of these punches as an object, we could do that. That'd be easy. These are options. We can, the way I see it at least. So we can either turn all these punches into objects and change the character into another object, like we do with the spear, except in each direction, not just one direction, and then have that object collide. When that object collides with the enemy, deals damage. Or we can forget about the swords for now and maybe add some guns or something. Or magic, or something like that. Would be, anything would be better, be easier to do. And we might actually do both eventually. But I do think that maybe what we can do is, instead of the punching, let's just load this in real quick. It's not really a punching mechanic if we don't make it a punching mechanic. It may look like he's punching, but if he's shooting out, like, spells or something, then, plus we could change the sprite if we wanted to as well. Alright, so that's what we're going to try right now. We're going to create an object, we'll create a sprite. We're going to call this blast underscore SPR. Edit sprite, 32 by 32 is fine. We'll make this 200. I'm going to turn it some sort of a dark red. We want it to be completely, no, we want this one. And we'll do 125. And we'll do like 50 right in the middle again. And that'll do. Alright, so we'll make an object for that. Blast underscore OPJ. we're going to do main, press W. We're going to create a moving instance. Create moving instance of blast at let's see, main underscore obj dot x. I can't remember how exactly this works in GameMaker. We don't want x to move at all. What did they 610? Why though? Minus 30. Why? Main underscore obj dot y minus 30. Speed of say 3. Direction being I can't think right now too much. I'm still so tired. Alright, so 270 and a 90, obviously 90, why am I? Well, okay, so 90 is going up. Okay, so now we want to copy this again, press S, and the S is going to go down, so that's 270, I know that. And it'll probably go plus 30. That's good. And then D will go right, which is 1, or which is 0. Which is, can't remember the X, I didn't even look, I don't think. So X wouldn't go right around there. That's 520. 560, so like 550. So this is plus 30, that's minus 30. Same thing, actually. Plus 30. Minus 30. And that's 180. Okay. And that should work. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn that into damage for the enemy. Assuming that system works, we'll do, for the goob, we'll do a one-hit kill. That's pretty cool, actually. The only thing is you can spam it, and we don't want to be able to spam it. I wanted to have to do something like that. Obviously, I'm not even talking about the fact that it's not centered and it's too big, so we're going to transform it. We're going to stretch it to 50%, and we're going to center it. That's part of it, and then also see if we can if we press W, for example, create moving instance of sure we'll do an if a position is collision free. So we'll do W main underscore obj dot x main underscore obj dot y minus 30, I think. Yeah. So this is ideally supposed to do is make so you can't keep tapping it like that and spam the spells. It does work. It's just you can still spam them, just not as much. Like you can do a bunch there. You can only do that many, which is okay for now. So we'll adjust all of them to that. And we'll see if we can adjust these sprites as well, because they're kind of annoying me. Alright, so this is plus 30. And this is plus 30x. Which means this is y, or minus 30 for x. Okay, that's good. Alright, so let's see if we can jump in here and create a sprite. See main. Let's just do spell left. Let's do right spell. That way, spelling isn't off like that. We're going to create from strip. Oh, not add from strip, but I guess it doesn't make much of a difference. But we'll create it anyway, just because. Can't remember exactly where I put this. I guess that's my answer. This doesn't have any spell casting movements. I guess this, but these aren't really. Direction specific. So we'll just keep it like that for now. This is fine. So what we're going to do is blast, collision with glob. We're going to set the health relative to negative 25. So the health of, hopefully that's glob. And then we're going to destroy the instance. Well, actually. So set the health to negative 25. So other, no more health. We will draw an explosion. Add glob underscore obj.x and glob underscore obj.y with red above objects. I'll do below. And then we're going to delete glob. So that should, what that does, so we're setting the damage to negative 25, relative to negative 25. If we set it to negative 25, it would just change the health to negative 25. If we set it to negative 25, it'll change it from whatever it currently is. So this should, just like that. Except it sets my health like that too. That's not good. explosion applies to other. So we don't, no, not self for the explosion. But then destroying the instance will do it other. So we're not destroying every glob. See, I don't know if there's a way we can... So for now, we will just deal with this the way it is. I won't get into that too much right now. What we can do instead is we can go to glob here. We can delete these functions from them. Yeah, and then we'll go to blast here and delete this. We'll add this in here. So we're just giving it, this is what we do anyway for a one-hit kill, so it's not a big deal. So we have two globs here, right? We'll see if that guy's still there after this. That's too big of an explosion. Yeah, it says the other, so it's not gonna destroy all the globs at once. So blast is going to create an explosion, so maybe we'll try fireworks instead. Solution to our health problem could also be changing our game mechanics around that. Still looks big. That could work, I guess. One solution would be to, first let's just this. Yeah. No more spells. I keep just trying to say, one solution would be to make all enemies one-hit kills. And except there's a lot of them. Or we can do a little cheap game maker workaround from that. As for bosses, for example, when we can make collision event, so when like the blast or some other kind of spell collides with them, they turn into another object. And then that object then turns into another object. So 5 or 6 or 7 shots or something like that, and then eventually they die. Which could work, but I think the health option is probably the best way to go. And most variability, and also we don't want to have to stick with this one spell the whole time. We want to be able to upgrade things like this. Not really an RPG if we make it. Do the cheap workarounds like that. Actually, we never actually went into this. The beer making kit. The RPG planning thing. So I did have a date on this where I wanted to have it due, but it's not. I was a little gung-ho about that, a little ahead of myself there with the with everything involved. I think combining these last two parts into one And so what we're doing is we're designing a health system in this part. Not exactly sure much else. We're doing different enemies with varying damage. Yes, we're doing a health system. Yes, bosses. Maybe not 3 to 5, but we are going to do at least like 1 to 2, depending on the time we have. We might add some like gold to killing. That shouldn't be hard. Adding gold to killing enemies, because you'll just instead of like add into an explosion, there'll be like a chest or something that drops, and then you go up to the chest opens, and then your gold count goes higher. And you go to the shop, and then the gold count just goes lower when you purchase something. You know, it really isn't hard, it's just some variables. So probably get onto that. And then the third section here is the storyline. Earning gold from quests, adding more levels, building a menu, and polishing it and everything. And altogether, that shouldn't be too difficult. Once we get the gold and everything, it's really not hard, because the storyline at that point will really just be room based. So it will be. So what we'll have to do there is create a bunch of rooms for, say, we have a quest called the Demon's Den or whatever, right? So we make a bunch of rooms, the Demon's Den 1, 2, and 3, and then each room is progression to the quest. At the end of the quest, there's some enemy specific for that quest, or at the end of it, we're gonna have to go back to, say, Friendly Forest, duplicate this room. Everything's exactly the same, except there's a part of the room now that has someone thanking you for doing the quest, maybe another quest available, as well as when you click on him, there's a collision event with him, and like a chest drops or something, and he disappears, and then you get the chest, and you get like 100 gold or whatever it is for the quest. So that's really not hard. It's just tedious. It's a lot of work to go into it, but it's not like the hardest thing to do, that's for sure. So all we're doing here is really just setting up a base of a game here. So really what we need to do is get a second health bar, which I'm not a huge fan of, but let's see if we can health bar, multiple health bars. Nice, this website has that was the same website. Cool. Cool. Does he have nothing on his website anymore, I guess? Wow, okay. That kinda sucks. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. We're gonna have to figure it out. Because we're using drag and drop, I don't want to use drag and drop and also code for the same thing. I'd rather use one completely for the same thing. We might end up just doing that for the next video in this second part. So in the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to add a sprite. Oh, no, sorry. We're going to go to edit. We're going to go to create from strip. And where did we put him? Did we put it in here? No. It's the project. It's on there. That's the videos. Okay, so we're going to go to desktop, we're going to go to projects, and work more. And here we go. So make this one here. This will be something we can do. So we need 20. We don't need offset. We want the image width and the height. Width and height need to be, say, 40. Okay. I'll call this a wizard. Evil wizard, I guess. You know, evil wizard underscore obj. Give him the sprite here. We'll duplicate the blast. We'll call it a wizard blast. SPR. Edit it, make different colors. Make it like mostly black, I guess. Make this like 100. This is not turning out well because it's all transparent. So we're delete it all. Yay. Make this 150. We're gonna make another circle. We're going to just drop down 50 real quick and just drop something else in the middle. Actually, we'll do that, and then we'll give it another circle in the middle. Sorry. Transform, we're going to, nope, not resize, we're going to stretch it for 50%. We're going to create an object for Wizard Blast. Okay. So we're going to have the wizard here. Some sort of an alarm, that's what we need, I think, as a timer. That's the timeline. I forgot how you create alarms. So we're going to create here. I believe you can just do that in a section here, actually. Timing. We're going to set an alarm, number of steps. It's going to be okay, we're going to mess around with timelines and stuff. I'm not an expert with this stuff, so we're just going to test it. Oh no, we don't want any fonts. That can help us with this. Alright, timeline. We're going to call this wizard shoot underscore time. So we're going to indicate the moment. We're going to step 1. We're going to create a moving object. Call it Wizard Blast. Evil Wizard underscore j.x. Evil Wizard underscore obj dot y plus 30. Speed of 3, direction of 270. Till moment 1, percentage from until 5. Alright, so we're just going to do that. We're going to set a timeline of wizard. We're going to make him a loop and do it start immediately. That's garbage. That'll just delete itself if there's nothing in there. So we're over here. And we're going to try to add the evil wizard. Hopefully he'll shoot us. A little too quickly. Just a little too quickly. Okay, so we're going to do instead. Okay, what we do here? We did. First of all, it's a y plus 30, right? Yeah. So we're going to move x over to plus 30 as well. Try that. We're going to, if position is collision free, evil wizard underscore j dot x dot y plus 30, and that should do it. What we also want to do is we want to go to the wizard blast here. Why is that so tiny though? We'll deal with that for now, that's okay. But the evil wizard isn't centered. That's still not working too well. Well, I think it's because I just changed those other things. So wizard shoot time, we're gonna go if a position is collision free. That's right, but then we want to create it at x. I think that's the same reason why this thing wasn't working, so we'll try that. Hopefully it works. Then we'll go to damage. If it works, because if it doesn't work, we're just going to walk right into the fire and it's going to demolish us. There we go. There we go. I think that's a little too fast though. I wonder if we can do collision free at say 60. Maybe it goes a little slower. So what we're going to do is the wizard blast is going to collide with main guy. It's going to destroy itself. And then it's going to set the health relative to negative 10. Okay. Another thing we want to do is we want to go to main. We're going to go, no, sorry, we're going to go to blast. We're also going to destroy the instance of the blast itself. Just because it's too, once it hits, it goes straight through. Little burst shot. Okay, that's interesting. That works perfectly. Except the part where he's shooting 3 at a time. do a range of, how would we do a range? We do 60. I don't know what keys in the keyword would work. We'll try 50 or 45 and see if what that does. It's better. That is better. Okay, so now we're going to do Wizard Blast, Collision, Evil Wizard. We'll do the same thing here, except Evil Wizard. So customize these. So this is going to consume blast, and this is going to consume other, meaning the Evil Wizard. I would think. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work. So we will see. So okay, that works fine. All right. Okay, cool. That works well. That works very well. So we're going to go over to this sprite here. We're going to call it health pack underscore SPR. An object, and I guess 32 by 32 is fine. We're going to make it like slightly, we're going to make it 255 here, of course, opacity. We're going to do that. Do that. I feel like that's not centered. That's because it isn't centered. I'm trying not to make it look like a cross. Just because it's a health pack, it's not a cross. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. It's just a little bit too big. Alright, so then we're going to do this, this. And then we can fill the rest into white. And that's good enough, right? I mean, object, call it health pack. This game, it doesn't look like it's going to turn into the game I initially wanted it to over the years. But I think what I'm going to do in this tutorial is just make it so that it's close to it. Or at least it's a general RPG, and then I'll build from what I want from there. So we're going to go to main, collision, health pack. And we're going to set the health relative to 50. Yeah, 50 sounds good. And I'm going to destroy the health pack. That's way too big anyway. Add a sprite. We're going to go to stretch. We're going to make it 50%. Okay. So test this out again. He's dead. Take some damage. Take my 50%. For some reason this doesn't work going in there. Okay, he's dead. Health pack. And 50. That does not look like 50. Oh, that's because we're negative health because the shot still hit us. We didn't make so the blast. Oh, SPR. We didn't make it so the blast. Why is it still going back to the SPR? Weird. Alright, the blast collide with the other blast. No, not the other blast. Collision with the wizard blast, yeah. And we're going to delete them. Destroy them. That's from full health. Yep. Okay, and we're good. Okay, so in this session, what we did was we built the health bar. Not only that, but we also created some enemies. They're firing it at us now. And we also created a health pack. So in the next session, we're going to be doing session 2. We are going to go a little bit more in depth with the health system. That's the idea. And we also are going to kill the player. So we're going to give some death animations, things like that. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next session.
Hello everybody, my name is Jacob Zoll, and today we are back at it with part 2, session 2, part 2 of the 2D top-down RPG game. So we're going to jump right into it, show what we did last session. Session 1, we created a health pack. We added some a health bar, we added some enemies, and things. So we have a glob here, who dies one hit, and this guy will kill us. And we go for health pack, and we got full health. So, in this session, what we're going to be doing is focusing a little more on magic in this game than I thought we were going to. Not a bad thing. So we're going to be focusing on magic. I am looking into, I know the videos are a little scattered, a little bit different on each of the videos. It varies a lot on the sound quality sometimes, and I don't like that, obviously. I know you don't like that. It's a hassle. It really is. So I am going to be buying a new computer today or tomorrow online, and it's going to be shipped here within hopefully less than a week, 3 to 5 days-ish. I'll build it or fix it or whatever I'm going to do. And I'm going to have a lot better computer to be running this stuff on, thankfully, because this stuff is wearing away at my little laptop here. So one of the things we're going to do, first of all, we are going to do a few things here before we get into the second bit of health bars. But we're going to do that too in this session. So we're going to main. We're going to actually go to sprite, main, dead _ SPR. Go to edit, file, create from strip. And we have to go find that folder again. It is desktop, videos. Also, everything a little bit more organized in the new computer, because I'll have a bigger hard drive. And then we have a dead character down here somewhere. Right here. So alright, I gotta look into jogging equipment later. I need a little Bluetooth adapter for my phone. I've got an iPhone 7, and the port's dirty, so it's a pain to it is a absolute pain to try to use headphones in there. So I've got to find an adapter which connects via Bluetooth, and then I can also plug headphones with an aux cable into that adapter. So that's pretty cool. So that's 6. And horizontal separation is 10, 20. That works. Now remember, we're gonna have to do this fun thing. Oh wait, no, we want to use new size. Oh wait, no. Ugh. Oof. I guess we could try this to see how that works first. So what we're going to do is we're going to main object, change, or not change, we're going to create, add event, other, no more health. We're going to change the sprite to main dead at a speed of say 0.1 or 0.1. And we'll see how that looks. Also, we want to go to the blast here. And I don't think we want to add, I don't think we want to destroy the wizard blast. It's a little too cheap. If you start shooting before he starts shooting you, then you're going to win every time. Unless you destroy both and it cancels it out, but that could be an interesting mechanic. That's good, except not only do we need to we need to resize all these down to let's see, resize this down 50%. I think it's not a good thing that I forgot. I tried 60. I think it was 60. And he died. That's a good time. So now we're going to do no more health. He changes into sprite. And then we're going to restart the level, I guess. See, I'm not sure. I don't want it to start like that, like quickly. I want it to give it a few seconds until the animation's over. So I'm not sure if that's going to allow for time. No, no time. Okay. Health pack. No, no more lives. What we're going to have to do is a timer like we did in the Levitating Larry 2, which is the 2D adventure platform game that we did. We're going to have to do a similar timer we did there. That's what we can do. So what we're going to do, we're going to number health, change into sprite. Maybe 2 different timers. So we're going to turn this into an object first of all. We're going to do main dead underscore RPJ. Okay. And then we're going to do going to change the instance into main dead. That way you can't move. So we're main dead. First of all, we're going to go over here with animation. We're going to stretch this out to about 15. And then once we do that, we're going to set a timer. So we're going to add timer 1 underscore obj underscore SPR, sorry. We're going to do timer 2 underscore SPR. Oh no, sorry. Actually, we can delete these. Do one of them. Because we can just use the same one spray for everything. So we'll do timer underscore SPR. And edit. And we'll just make it this color. That's fine. I'll call this timer 1 underscore obj. We're going to need a total of 4 of these. Or we're going to need a total of 4 of these. So timer 2 underscore obj. That's a sprite. Oh, God. Okay, so we're going to, actually, we'll just duplicate these. It'll be easier. There's timer 2 obj. So the thing is here, we're going to have 2 timers. It's going to be dropping down. We're going to have one timer block underscore obj, and then we're going to have one more timer end obj. So this is how this is going to work. So we're going to change the instance. Then we're going to create an instance of timer 1. An idea. But we're going to do this first. We can just make it anywhere. Say 900x by actually no, we're not going to do that. We're going to delete timer block. Which means we're going to need this control here. We're going to add an event. We're going to add a create event. Because we're going to have gravity. No, it's not friction. I always do this. Not friction, gravity. 270. Oh, 270. It's going to be speed of 3 for timer 1. And we'll do the same thing for timer 2. Okay. This is a little confusing right now. So timer 1 is going to be right there. We're going to have the timer block right there. And timer end will be down here. So what that means, the timer 1 is made solid. Collide it with timer block, it's going to stop. And we'll do the same thing with timer 2. It's going to be a parent to timer 1. Well, timer 1 is the parent, so should work the same. So we're going to main, no more health. It's going to change into the main dead object. It's going to destroy the instance in timer block. And then what we can do here, in theory, I'm going to edit this. And these we can copy. And keep that there for a while. The final sprite is to act as the dead. So that means when the timer 1, timer 2 hits the timer end block, then the level is going to restart, and eventually we'll have some similar to GY pop up or something. I'm not sure if I'll have that in the videos where it's like game over. But but once they work fine, we'll make them invisible. So what's happening is it is falling through for some reason. So timer 1, we won't make this one apparent because maybe that's messing with it. So we're gonna collide with timer block. Still doing it. Number 2, timer block. Timer block now is solid. Maybe that'll fix it. I don't need to debug it, but that's okay. I guess we'll debug it. Alright, that seems to be working. Alright, seems to be working fine. So we're going to... Oof, okay. Object draw event line 1. An action number for object control object. What's supposed to be drawn in there? Control, where is it? Control. Where's the control object? There it is. We'll make another sprite for this. Maybe that's interfering. Another object for this. So create. Seems to be working fine, but okay, that's good. And my mouse disappeared. There it is. Okay. Alright, draw health bar. That should work fine. Nothing wrong with that. We're gonna add gravity here. No more health. Change instance into main dead. I see what the problem is. Okay. So we're going to change the sprite again and try that. Because we changed the method around a little bit than I was originally intending. Obviously, I think what's happening, the health bar is what's causing him to end, but also at the same time, if you switch it, there is no more health bar. I think that's where it's messing up. So try this. Having a gravity as a different object doesn't hurt. It makes it just a little more organized anyway. Alright, so apparently it's dropping it a little faster than I want it to. Alright, so we'll try that. Dropping it to speed of 2 instead of 3. Problem with that now is that you can still move around a little bit. One more health, change into. You want to change that into the sprite, yes, but then you want to relinquish control of all of the. I don't know if you could change that. Not a big deal. Is what we'll do. I wonder if we can go to control here. Control the health bar. What if we do this? Copy this, paste this, except for main dead. Just do the same thing over here. Hopefully have the same health bar. That way we can change the instance itself. Still want to lower the gravity though on these to maybe 1. Hopefully that works. Might not. Even if it does, I'm not sure how that's going to interfere with the creating the drag and drop. If you watched the last session, we tried to get into a website to show us how to do drag and drop health. But it wouldn't load, but I got it to load. So we didn't have to do that. This isn't going to work. That sucks. Okay. So we're going to have to change it to the sprite. Change the sprite. Not a big deal. Sucks a little bit, but oh, not evil wizard. Main dead. But then I wonder if we can do. Collision, we can. I don't think there's anything we do about that. That's not a big deal. We'll have to fix that eventually, so that we left and right arrow keys. Because right now, if we switch sprites, we can still turn back into the other sprite. Won't stop the game from ending. Oh, I didn't fix that one thing, of course. Control. What I was trying to do is trying to give a health bar to an object that doesn't exist yet. Which you can see why Game Maker wouldn't be very happy with that. So. And as long as you don't touch it, that works fine. Yeah, as long as you don't touch it, that works fine. The controls, I mean, so. We will save the game. I'll go to timer 1. make it invisible. It's not a bad thing to have a second timer. So we just have it now that if we need it, make these all invisible. Okay. So that's good. That's all good. So now what we can do is go into here. I'll just give this guy credit as well for this page, or if I don't give for this page, you can just access it to the other website here. Alright, so we're just going to follow this to the T so you could see exactly how it works. Alright, so we're going to create an object. Name it object enemy parent. Don't give it a sprite. Create an object. We're going to call something else though. We're going to call it enemy parent object. Select add event, create, and control. So control here. The variables, set variable. 100, I think it said. Let me see. Enemy HP. And send it to 100. Do not click relative. Okay, you're creating your own variable. You may name it whatever you like. And we're going to draw a bar over the enemy object. Alright, so first thing we're going to do Evil Wizard. Add event, draw. On the right side of the enemy's object window, locate the tab that says draw. Click on draw sprite and click it to the actual right side of the enemy's object window, click draw, okay? Draw sprite. In the section that says sprite, select the sprite they're using for the enemy, leave everything else as it is, make sure the relative variable is checked. I'm not exactly sure. Open up your enemy object, add event, select draw. On the right side of the enemy object's window, locate the tab that says draw and click it. It says draw and click on the draw sprite in action during the action. And because when the draw event is used in an object, you make every number of the sprite that your pet selects to redraw. Okay, I'm not 100% sure what that means. We're gonna go with it though. When the draw event is used. Okay. Section that says drawing, select the draw rectangle. Draw in the actions panel. Drag in the actions panel. Draw rectangle. So 0, y is -10, x 2 is that, and then -5. Filled is set to filled, and relative is checked. On the left of the enemy window, look for the box that says parent next to it. Parent, click on the box and set its object and make sure all instances of enemy will have their health. Alright, so this has to be parented to enemy parent, OBJ. Okay. I'm not exactly sure what my thought it'll just see, so it should work fine, but if it doesn't, we'll have to go back through it and see what went wrong. Yeah, I didn't exactly think that would work. Okay, so what's the problem here? It is the draw rectangle. Zero, -10. Alright, so we're going to go draw rectangle. And the section says x2 input the value of enemy HP divided by 100 times 32. That doesn't work though. And this is the problem. Maybe it's enemy HP. Well, it's not .x because it isn't an object. So we're going to go to, let's see where. Enemy parent. I feel like I messed up something there on that. So parent next to click on the box, set it to enemy object parent. Object enemy, or any other enemy that you set as the parent will have their health. Maybe it's the other way around. No. I don't think so. Well, that didn't work, which sucks. Well, we could always do another health bar with coding if we had to. This probably isn't gonna. Yeah. It's the. What exactly is wrong with it though? Evil Wizard not set before reading it. It's not working because of the text. There's no .x. Let me try this. .x slash. Don't think that's going to work either, but that might. Like I said, worst case, we can either work around and do some coding. We'll have to look into that another time. For probably the next session, we're going to fix that then, if that's the case. Or, yeah, it's not going to work. Or we just keep doing the one-hit thing, which is what we are going to do. We'll keep doing the one-hit thing for now. We could make that a feature of the game, actually, where the enemy is there's too many of them, or there's a lot of fire where you have to get through. So far, so good. I mean, overall, the game works pretty well. Let's take a look in our... Oh, actually, let's delete this, or end this first. Let's take a look at our thing here. Gold. We could do that. Gold is probably a good place to start. Next. Alright, so we'll do that. So we are going to have a new object. No, we'll go to main. Under the create, we could set the health there. We also want to set the score to 0. And the score will be gold. Set the health to 100. So now where is, what's the control? We need to find the control. And we need to go draw the score as well. We're going to name this gold. And we can try adding it right above the player's head. We can try doing that. Except, well, is it the same? No, it's just X and Y. Which is fine, so we're going to make it main underscore obj dot x, which is fine. and then main underscore obj dot y minus 30. Try 30 minus, and that should work. Well, it does work. It's just it'd look cooler in the top left-hand corner. So what we're going to do is look at views, and right over here is where we want it. Right around here, 380 by 500. So we want 380 by 500. Alright, so we're going to have to write this down somewhere. I'll have a notepad on my phone open. Okay. So 380 by 500 is what we want. And he's currently at 520 by 640. So we're going to draw the value of the score. X would be minus 140. And then Y would be minus as well, 140, I believe. And that should work. That way it stays there the entire time, so the views aren't going to mess with the positioning at all, in theory. Except it's not. I didn't think about that. That would work if the character can't move at all. Like he's stuck over in this area. Like every time he moves anywhere, the screen moves with him, which would work better. That's not how the system is set up. So we're going to have to, we'll save it first. And views here. Go down. Pixels. So that's what, 380, 520. That's 140. We want it to be, actually, first of all, let's move our character. Let's try to make him right in the middle. Three eighty. It's 180. 730. That's about even. Alright, so this is going to be 380 to 550. That's 180. And then plus this is 672. 130, 672. That's 500. 146. 150. It's about 200, so we'll do like 175 here. And see if that does it. I don't know if it's going to be exact, but it's going to be better, so I don't think the gold thing is still going to work the way I want it to. But it will work. We can probably change the font size of it, and then put it above the health bar or something. I mean, left and right work fine. It's really just the bottom of the screen when we get down here. But it changes. Probably the top of the screen too. Yeah. Not a big deal, it works fine, like looks fine. But so we're gonna go back down here. We're going to look. Ooh, what did I just do? Okay. So we want it up over here. I will put it beneath him maybe. So plus maybe what, 665 plus 690 plus 665, 95 plus 30. We'll do plus 30 instead and see how that works. Oh no, not that. We're gonna go to control, draw that. We're gonna do just X and plus 30. We're gonna make sure this looks okay first, and then we can change. We should be able to change the color. Well, color is actually I think okay, but the font's a bit too big. And we can change it at any time. Put it anywhere. So the X we want to move down a little bit as well, but we know it works. It's legible. We can put it down there if we wanted to. So the X is going to be minus 15. And we should be able to go to draw, set font to, oh, right. This is where the font comes into play. We can make a font now. Make it gold underscore font. And we want it to be, let's see. A little too bold out there. We'll make it simple. Size will be, say, 6. Be 8. 8's okay. Go to OK here. Set font to gold font. And that should be fine. Okay, that's good. It needs to be a little bit over more. So first of all, let's go to gold font. Let's make it bold. It's a little too faint. We'll go to control again. Gold font, no, not gold font. We'll go to value and make it minus like 20. And then we're gonna do plus, say 20, just because it's maybe 15. It's a little too far away. We want to tighten it close by. And then after this part, we will have the enemies drop gold, add gold to the count, and then we will wrap it up for this video. That's a lot better. That could be changed for sure, but that works for now. So what we're going to do I'm gonna sprite. We're gonna make it gold underscore. We're gonna do. I'm not sure if we're gonna do a chest, or if we're just going to drop some gold. So we'll just drop some gold for now, and maybe we'll edit it in another video. So we'll do 16 by 16. Make it kind of small. So we want to make it nice and like bright gold kind of color. That should work. So we'll just do this. We'll just copy and paste this one because this one came out okay. And maybe we'll make a little that's not gonna work. Not a big deal. It's gonna try to make some cheesy and put like a G on there or something. Alright, so gold underscore bj. So this isn't fancy gold or anything, but it works. Works well enough. Nah, it doesn't need to be solid. So we're gonna have the main collide with the golds. And we're going to go down to score. We're going to set gold, new score. We're going to add 5, relative to 5. So we're going to, there's only 4 on here, so we will, oh, not what I meant to do. Do this, move this one up here, and then also we're going to copy and paste it and add one more in the middle. Like I said, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. We'll probably end up using some art, opengameart.org or something to figure it out. Find better gold, but it's okay. So we're going to do main. No, actually, we're going to do blast. Yeah, blast. Hit evil wizard. It's going to change. We're going to create an object. In the instance, we're going to create gold where evil wizard underscore obj.x is and .y. We're going to put it over here before it destroys the instance. That way, in theory, it should create it before it destroys itself. So because if you try to do it after, it won't, and it'll probably come up with an error. Just because you're trying to spawn something where nothing is. So that should work. And then it should give us 5 gold per kill. And what we can do in the future for harder enemies is we can, or different kinds of enemies. Maybe ones that are faster or stronger, more damage or whatever. Will make the gold count higher. Oof. Raking in the gold, huh? It just reset because the spear is still there. So we're going to go to main. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. We're going to set that, and we're going to destroy. The gold. Alright, well now we have 10 gold. Cool, that works well. I wasn't planning on doing like a magical game, but I guess this is cool. It works. Now we are going to have different spells. I think we're going to do spells. We're going to sell them in the market, buy spell books. And if we do that, I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do it, but we might end up replacing this object. A duplicate of it. Except we're going to create a moving instance of something else here instead of the blast. Just something upgraded. I think that's how we're going to do it in the future. And most of the if most of these kills are going to be one-hit kills, then we'll have to do a faster shot, because enemies will progressively get harder, and we're going to do difficulty by speed of shot for the most part, and how many shots, because if you have a bunch of shots coming at you, then even shooting the enemy is going to be difficult. So I think that's how we're going to do it. May not do difficulty with increased health for enemies, but we might. Like, we might have a boss fight, for example, hiding behind a bunch of enemies, and you have to click a button or something to get through the defense. There's a gate, and you have to open the gate, and then behind the gate there's more enemies, and it might just be more of a challenge to get to the main boss than it would be to kill him. Not sure. We'll figure it out as we go, though. So in this session 2, what we did, all we did was we added some gold. We added the timer for the death sequence. Basically, we added some, the timer was a big thing. The gold obviously is. That needs to be repositioned a little bit. We can do that right now. So what we're going to do is just go up to the gold here. We're going to center it. That probably will fix it. But in the next session, we're probably going to go into the market a little bit. Maybe build it. It's going to be a whole new room. Things like that. That didn't actually fix it at all, but it's okay. We'll work on that next session as well. And this is, like, you can still walk around a little bit, which is part of the problem there. We're going to have to do something about that. But otherwise, if you don't do anything, it looks beautiful, because you fall, and then you restart the level. Which we're going to have to do save points, checkpoints, and stuff eventually, and things like that. Which all might be involved in like a third part to this. I'm not sure if we're going to do one yet. We might just stick to the 2 parts. And in the second part, we might end up... Really, just depends. I'll let you know in the introduction. You'll have already listened to that, obviously. And from here, we're just discussing the project so far and how it goes. So 10 gold gets us nothing right now, but it will. And we're going to figure out this line in the background stuff eventually as well. So thank you very much for watching this session, and I will see you in the 3rd session. Hello everybody, my name is Jacob Zoll, and today we are back at it with session 3, part 2 of our 2D top-down RPG game. We're calling it Worth More. That's the working title, as a design I made years ago. Now, I don't think we're really going to delve into that actual idea of what I had years ago. So we're just doing a basic template of an RPG game, because an RPG is entirely your own, obviously. Between the quests and the currency and the attacking, just literally everything about it can be customized to your liking and how you want to develop your game. So, in the last session, what we did, we'll jump in to check it out. We created a timer. I believe that was the last session. Created a timer. Yeah, it is. Timer for death. We also created some gold and a health bar. So we did a decent amount last session. And the first session. This whole part is going to be pretty filled with information compared to the first part. So right now we're just kind of walking around. We got our health bar and we got a gold amount. This is all work in progress, of course. And we got the enemy here. So we attack, and he drops gold. 5 gold. Okay. And that works. The health thing works as well. And you fall down, and then the timer is off to the side of the screen here. It's a good timing. The sprite turns into the falling over. And this is all invisible. But what happens here, if you remember from last session, is when what happens is collision event, or not a collision event, but a when the main character is out of health, what happens is this block is deleted, and the gravity icon over here has this coming down, I think at a speed of 1, and once that touches this down here, the room restarts, and that's how we have our system laid out. So it's fairly simple, not too complex at all, but it works, and we can do this in the entire game. So, I just some important news for the future. Just want to let you guys know I am planning on working on a website soon to launch with all my posts. To put it in the description and everything, so you keep track of my projects that I'm working on there, as well as the finished products. Because we're keeping track of all the projects here, obviously, on the Live ADU website. But when it's finished, I don't always have the finished version with the in the videos, because it's not the finished product that's going to be released online, it's going to be released on the App Store, Play Store, Steam, whatever. But on my website, it will. So I'm not sure if I'm going to launch that soon or after a few projects on my belt. Just, if you keep watching my videos, you'll know, or you'll start seeing my newer videos, things like that. So, let's get right into it here. So one thing that we can do right away is we need, let's see. Well, we're going to build a marketplace, which means we go over here. We need to go to Browse Art. Browse 2D Art. We're going to be searching up, say, let's look up gold, just so we have some sort of gold coins. I guess we should keep using the ones we have for now. It's not a big deal. So let's look up shop. Things like that. Indoor tile set. Let's see what this has. A little too realistic for our setting, I think. Alright, we'll take a look at this down here, and if this doesn't work, we'll just look for, I think this is the actual icon for the game. Yeah, no. And that's definitely not either. Okay, not a big deal. What we will do is let's see if we can, we'll create a sprite. Shopkeeper _ SPR. We'll go edit. We will create from strip. We need to find that strip. I think it was under the projects folder. We'll try to use one of these. Like this guy would work fine. Let's just do one. This needs to be smaller, so width would be 40, height would be 40. That's good. Center him. Okay. And then shopkeeper obj, so we can place him in the room. We do want to create another room eventually for the shop. We might actually do that in this video. Let's see. Shopkeeper obj. Alright, that's good. Actually, we'll do that now. So what we'll do is we will put it down here, just as a test, really. That's all it really is. tiles, grass tile. Oh, we need to go 16 by 16. Okay, we need to go back over here, grab some more water. I'm gonna go back over to the objects again because we need to make it. What we need to do is do this, and then we need to give fences. So except we need to lock it. We're trying to find the one closest to the corner there. There we go. Actually, you know, it doesn't make a difference, does it? Because none of these have fences over them. It's not a big deal. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create two we're to call this friendly forest shop underscore SPR, because we're gonna have different rooms for different shops, or different things for different shops. Depending on the level, things probably more expensive in different areas, things like that. I mean, we're gonna stretch this down to 50%. Okay, we're gonna call this friendly forest shop underscore OBJ. Okay, make it solid and invisible. I'm going to create another room. I'm going to call this friendly underscore forest underscore shop. And this one's going to be very small. So 300 by 300. Now you're not going to be able to die in this room, which is fine. So we're not going to need, you know, gravity, things like that. And luckily, I think we have here some tile and some brick. Except it's a little light there. Background. Okay, yeah, it's gonna have to be used from this. What is this? I don't know what that is. It's not what we need though. Alright, I guess we'll try this and see how this looks. I don't like how that looks already. Grab the top part. I think brick could look better. What we can do is we can load both in. Okay, well, there we go. Alright, sorry, I know that's a bit tedious. Let's see. What else can we add? Can we add anything else from here? No, not really. We can see what... we don't want burning barrels. In a world of magic or gravestones. However, this is from a zombie thing, so it's not going to be exactly what we're looking for. But that's alright. Alright, so we're going to... We're coming from down, so we'll jump in here down, from down. Put them right there. And we'll duplicate this, and then friendly forest shop leave on obj. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the leave one right up here. What we're going to do is put the barrier all around this room. One thing I did forget to do is the views. I didn't end up porting it to this room, but it might not be a big deal because the room's so small anyway. We'll have to see how it loads, how it works. So first we'll just try that. And we're going to add to the friendly forest the object here, bounce, no, not bounce, friendly forest shop. Put that down. Oof, computer's been very slow right now. Please excuse it. It seems to be loading fine here on the camera. I am buying a new computer. I said that in the last session. I am buying a computer tonight or tomorrow morning. I already bought all the other things I need online. So I bought a new chair, things like that. So that will be nice. And you know, this is actually ridiculous why that's there. So we're gonna move that back there. That's okay. All right. So now we're gonna duplicate friendly forest. So friendly underscore forest underscore after shop underscore. There we go. And all we're gonna do is put the player right there. So we're gonna have the main character, add event, collision with friendly forest shop. We're gonna go to main one here, go to a different room, have him send to the shop, and then collide with the leave. We're gonna have him go back to friendly forest after shop, which will put him back in the front. And then we need to figure out how to spend our gold. Not exactly the most appealing. I wonder if we can use part of that pavement. Well, first of all, what we need to do is we need to go to the friendly forest and get the room, the view, we can open up both. That's good. Enable use of views. Smaller room start. We're just going to copy all this. 380, 500, 315, 300. Alright. That's good. I do want to move these back over up here. I don't know why this is being so slow. Okay, let's see if we can mess around with that. I don't think we could do that. It's not a big deal, we can just use this for now. So what we're going to do, create a sprite, we're going to call this button by, or by button I guess, by button underscore SPR. We're going to edit sprite, we're going to create a new sprite. That's fine. We'll trim it down. We're going to do black trim on the outside. Not on the whole thing. And we're going to make it red on the inside. This will be a button. A lot of this is just temporary art while we figure out the game. Excuse me. So, we're going to main collide with by button, which we need to give a sprite. What we're going to do is if the score value is larger than 5, then we're going to make the score -5, relative to -5. It's going to cost 1 or 5 coins to buy a med kit. So we're going to create an instance of health pack by button underscore obj underscore obj dot x, that's fine, and then by button underscore obj dot y plus 10. If the score is larger than 5, then set the score relative to -5. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to buy button, put that right there, test it out. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk in there first, and we're just going to see if it even does anything with no gold, which it shouldn't. And then if it doesn't, we're going to go back to the main level, we're going to get gold, and we're going to use it. There's no control in that room. There's something wrong with the view too. Usually it has that screen. Huh. Oh well, whatever. We'll figure it out. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was grabbing the control, but in this room. We don't need the gravity. We do need this. Now we haven't tested rooms out yet. That might be a little bit of a problem, moving in between rooms and health. But we'll see. That shouldn't work like that. Well, I just lost all my gold by moving in the rooms. Which means I probably full health too. That is not good. Alright, so I'm going to control here. Alright, so that's fine. Draw the value of the score. Okay. This is just drawing events. That's all it really is. And it also gives us the option to increase our health, which we should delete, actually, before we forget about it. So, that's gone. It's the main object. I'm not sure why it isn't staying in the same room. It's not a big deal. We will figure that out. I'm not too worried about that. That's the reason why this isn't working, though. Because it's not... Actually, let's check that out. Make sure I put that in right. By one, if the score is larger than 5, then set the score to -5, relative to -5. That should be right. Unless it's not doing that as the if event. This should work. If it doesn't work, either way, we'll have to Google it in a second. How to keep health variables moving? It's a system of variables, I know. I'm not exactly sure how to do it. Alright, well, that's... Okay, so I see what's happening. What we need to do is... So what's going on is when the main character collides with the buy button here, if the score is larger than 5, it's creating an instant. It's not creating one because the score isn't larger than 5, so it still is send score relative. Might be where these come in. I'm not exactly sure if the score is larger than 5. But what we need to add as well if the score. So we try that as well. Should be able to go here and do test the score. So if the score is equal to 0. Now if the score is smaller than 0, then set the score to 0. Because we don't want the score to go past 0, obviously. We don't want to have someone have negative gold. The lowest they can have is 0, so that should work. Well, that works. Good. Now, in theory, if you have 5 gold, that should also drop that for you. So we're going to figure that out now before we look into why the variables aren't carrying over. So we'll drop a glob in there. Well, that still isn't working either. So what we can do, let's see if we can do this. Try the else. See if that works. If the score is larger than 5, create an instance of else, set the score to. So it's doing one or the other, from my understanding at least. Well, that doesn't work. Alright, so we're in the main character again, buy button. The thing is, if the score is smaller than 0, maybe that needs to go in this event. If the score is larger than 5, set the score relative to -5, and then also what is a call event? Call parent event. Oh, okay. Else create instance. So if the score is larger than 5, set the score relative to -5. What are 2 else's? Else create instance of object health pack, and then also go back to score. The score is smaller than 0, and set it to 0. Oh, that's gonna work. Alright, so now it's spawning it. without taking gold, which obviously is a problem. So what we want to do first and foremost is we can get rid of that in theory. We can set the score relative to -5. What that's going to do is that's going to keep us going negative, but it's also going to spawn one every single time. So now, in theory, what we can do is make an else event, and if we're smaller than 0, set the score to 0. Maybe it's good. Maybe it goes the other way around. Alright, so that does work, except it keeps spawning it. So one thing we can do to get rid of that is very simple. We can just destroy it. Except that doesn't get rid of the main problem. So the set score else is -5, then create instance. I think this has to be first. So the score, and then so try that. And that should work. And then once we get that resolved, because we don't want to just hit the button and then all of a sudden it spawns, because that won't work either. Now we're just having to switch back and forth. Go to main. Let's see, back to it by button. If the score is smaller than 0, let's try without the else event. Because we're on the right track. It did just work a second ago, but the only problem was that it still spawned when you tapped it, regardless of having any coins. But it still did take the coins if you had them. Just like that, it works. But only if you don't have the coins. Or only if you, it doesn't matter. It'll work. That's my point. It'll work no matter how many coins you have. Unless we could do another event here. We do an if the score is larger than 4. I think we had it at 5. We did have it at 5 before, so maybe if it's larger than 5, didn't work because that would mean 6 coins. But it also, we'll see. Oh, that does work. Except, like I said, it's doing the same thing. When you touch it, it's spawning it, which we don't want to happen. Alright, let's see here. if the score is larger than 4, set the score relative to -5. And create an instance of object or health HP. And then also what I want to do is make this room a little bit smaller. Well, the views, I mean, not necessarily smaller, but we don't want to make views in this room, I don't think. Okay. Still spawning. Buy button here. Score is larger than 4. That's good. We'll check in at the end, see if that has to pass all of those qualifications to get it. I swear that if this works, I'm going to feel ridiculous because I should have gotten that right away. Cool. And it's not spawning the shots because it's too far or too close by. What should be happening is he should be only spawning, should be spawning it when he has the coins. So if this score, let's try to reset all this. So let's do from the start. So if the score is equal to, if the score is equal to 5, create an instance. Let's take it step by step and just see what's going on, because altogether those should work. Separately, they, for the most part, do. We just have to figure out which one is the one that isn't. Alright, that works. Alright, so we're going to go back here. Buy button. If the score is equal to 5, we're going to create the instance, and that works. Then we're going to set the score relative to -5. But the problem with that, it might only work if you have exactly 5 coins. Also, it does that. Which is part of the problem. But we'd still try the other thing now, just so it's out of the way. Make another glob, right side. Actually, I don't know why we're doing that. We could just add coins, but it's alright. So it doesn't have to be exactly 10. If you have, or exactly 5. If you have 5 each time, that's fine. The only problem is it keeps going negative. We don't want that to happen, of course. So the buy button, set the score relative to -5, but only if you have that's the problem here. So how are we supposed to do if and then also both of these? try this. But this is what this is going to do. Is it's going to give us -5 coins, and then it's going to spawn it regardless. So we walk right into it, it's going to spawn. But we do that works. That's what we want to happen, but we also want it to spawn it, which is the problem. So I'm understanding that now. And in theory, we should be able to start the block and end the block. Because this should encompass all of this. And if my understanding is right, it might not be of that. So we can try that. Also, just while we're at it, add event collide with glob. Character stop. And make glob a solid. I think glob's already solid. Same thing with the evil wizard. And actually collide with that. It's fine. Alright, so we're going to try this now. Hopefully this works. Alright, that works. That works. There we go. The start block, end block did work. I don't know why it wasn't working before. I must have done something wrong. Alright, that's perfect. So, we just figured it out. I'm happy I can, at this point, get to something and figure it out and get through it. Okay, so, in this session, I'm going to end it a little early. It's going to be a shorter session, just about this one thing, but that's because it was a little time consuming. And then tomorrow, for me, I'm going to pick it back up and figure out how to do the variables, different rooms. Next session is going to be about transferring over the health and the information, the coins and everything from one room to another. But in this session, what we did, basically all we did, really, was, well, we made these objects so you can't walk through them anymore. But what we also did was figure out how to make this button work. So it works. But the thing is, it only works if you have 5 coins, right? Because of that, I think I know what the problem is. We'll figure that out real quick. So I'm going to buy a button. If the score is larger than 4, that might not work. It might go to -1. So if that happens, we'll just do 5, and we'll just do 5, and we'll know it's wrong. So not a big deal. Ooh, I ran into it on accident. Alright, we'll go back. Actually, I'm going to do that again. That works fine. Except we're going to want to delete the button when it's done. Alright, so we figured this out in this session. That's basically what we did. We solidified the enemies, which really wasn't hard. That took 2 seconds. The rest took longer. And we figured out the variables for buying a weapon in our market. And there we go. Simple as that. Next session, what we're going to be doing? One thing we need to do, I'm not sure if we're going to do it next session, but we do need to change the range of this burst. Not the range, but the... might work on the range, actually. But it spawns. It spawns right over here. It should spawn a little closer to him. Maybe we won't touch that. Maybe it's a kind of a feature with the distance. We'll save that. And so in this session, we completed the market base. We didn't complete it. Actually, this is really just a template of a game so far. I'll explain to you what I mean by that now. Is what we're doing here, down over here, is not really where the market's going to be in the game. I mean, why would it be right next to the spawn point? Unless this is an actual level in the game. This is just our template for viewing. I was thinking this would be the introductory level, and then maybe we'll have the market up over here. I should have made it there to begin with. Maybe like 2 different paths. One over here, one over here, one for the market. And all the market is you know, we could actually make that in the same room. We could just make this room bigger, and because the views we have set up. It might be the better idea, just so we have less to do with the variables with different rooms and different things. But we'll see. We'll make that decision another time. So thank you very much for watching, and hope you join me in session 4. Thank you. Have a great night, or day, or whatever time it is. Hello everybody, my name is Jacob Zoll, and today we are back at it with session 4 of our top-down 2D RPG in GameMaker Studio. Excuse me. So, in the previous session, we'll jump right in here and take a look at what we did. All we did was about a 45-minute long session. All we did was create the marketplace. So, we ended up making it work down over here. So it doesn't work here. It doesn't work by doing that. Oh, missed. And then 5 golds, and you get the wealth pack. So that's how that works. One thing we wanted to focus on in this session was the fact that the health and the gold don't carry over from room to room. Now the problem with that, I've realized, I took a look around the game a little bit. The main object here, what it's doing, is creating these events. It's going to set the health automatically to 100, and it's going to set the health automatically to, or set the score automatically to 0. Just the object being in the room makes that happen. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this. We're going to call it main, main 2 underscore obj, and we are going to delete this create event. So it's the same thing, exactly the same thing, except in theory the event should carry over. So now we're going to delete this in our after shop room. So it's friendly forest except after you leave the shop. So that's done, and in the shop we want to do this, and that should work. We also want to try to test this with the main and the health pack. We don't want to destroy the instance unless the health is below 100. So we're going to go set the value if is smaller than 100, and then we're going to do this. We're going to do a starter block and end block, just like we do with the buy button here. These are the scores larger than 4. All these things happen. So the same thing applies here with the health pack. If the score is smaller than 100, it's going to destroy the instance and set the health relative to plus 50. And then we're also going to have to do that to this. So we'll open this back up, just make sure we got everything 100% right. Let's copy this, be a little easier. And then we're going to go do this. Simple as that. in theory. So we'll see how it actually works. We're getting close to the end of the game here. It's the end of the project. This is fourth session. We're going to do either a total of 5 or 6 sessions. Depends on how this video goes. So we're going to take some gold. We're going to take some more gold. And I meant to get some health deducted from me, but... Okay, I see the problem. So the control, what it's doing is it's drawing for an event that isn't there. So we're going to have to make a second control, it looks like. Control 2 underscore obj. And we're going to make this main 2, main 2, main 2, main 2. Same thing with this. In theory, that should do it. When we get this worked out, we're going to go to our hack and plan page that I talked about in a previous video, and we are going to talk about that and check off some stuff that we've done. Oh, I didn't even put it in the room. Okay, so we're going to go to the shop here. Control, I'm going to call this Control 2. Throw that in there. Problem with that, I think the problem with that is that now what's going to happen. So this is going to work. Okay, that's good. And that works because, okay, cool. Burst A. I need to change some other things here as well. We're also going to have to go to the after shop here. I didn't think about this. The control. We're going to make this a second control. And then what we're going to be doing, what's the problem here? Main 2, I think the problem here was that pressing the A SD punt change sprite, it's not the precision is collision free. This is what it is. The position is collision free. It's going to return into those things. But it's trying to find main, excuse me, it's trying to find main obj, where we don't have main obj, we only have main 2 obj. Which isn't a problem, but we shouldn't have to do this in every room or everything we do in this game, just because the first main character is the main character that initializes the principles of having the health and the gold. So this should work perfectly fine from here. Alright, that should work. I'm going to go in here. We need to test the health. Make sure the health, you can't pick it up if you have full health. Well, I did, so okay. Ooh. What is that? That is weird. Okay, so main 2. For shop leave, go to friendly room after shop. Okay. After shop, we're gonna make the view follow main 2, right? And that should work fine. Okay, so another thing we're going to want to do is
if the score is smaller than 10. I don't know why I did that. We're gonna have to delete that. And I said 10. And this, oh my god, I'm a mess today. I say that a lot actually, but okay, if the score, if the health is less than 100, this happens. The reason why it wasn't working is because it was working the way it was is because the score was smaller than 100. It's smaller than 100. Okay. And that should work, and the room should work as well. Nice, that doesn't work. So 5 gold. And why is he stuck? Why is he stuck? That's not good. So that is destroyed. That is no. If the health is smaller. We're going to test out it again, except we're going to go to the one in the main room and see if it's a problem with just hitting it or if it's that area. I think it's getting stuck between the instances. Might have just been a glitch. But what we're going to do to change that glitch is we're going to hit the buy button, create instance of y plus 20. Should be x, shouldn't it? Should be spawning beneath it for some, I don't know. It's fine. We never went back to the main room either to check that out. It must have been just a glitch because it's not working. It's not doing that now. Plus, I made it a little further away, so it shouldn't get stuck like that. Just 15 gold going to this next room. That works fine. And that works. Okay. Well, our goal is done for this session. Alrighty, so let's take a look at our hack and plan thing here. So the health system is designed. So we're going to complete that, right? Because I don't think we're going to be giving health to the enemies. We'll put it in testing for now. Level up. I want to send that to the backlog. That's not going to be a main thing. Marketplace is done. It took us 45 minutes. Earn gold by killing enemies. That is done. I think that took us about, what, 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. I'll put 30. I can't remember exactly how much.
create bosses and create different kinds of enemies with varying damage. We've done that kind of. Now I do want to kind of add another enemy as well. So we'll do that right now, actually. So we're going to do create sprite, edit sprite, create from strip. And now this is a little confusing because I did clean out my hard drive. I cleaned out both of them. I've got both hard drives, not full, but very spacious. Because what I'm doing, I'm not actually buying a new computer, after all. I have a monitor behind me, a big TV I'm going to use. And I'm going to use my laptop as one. So I ordered things for that, HDMI cable, keyboard, things like that, so I can use it like a desktop. And upgraded RAM for this as well. So I figured I might as well clean it out because I'm going to need to. I'm not going to be able to do anything like that. So we are going to... I also cleaned out all these folders, made sure they're all actually relevant to the projects themselves. So what that means... I don't know what I'm saying. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's what that means is it's easier for us to make things. Easier to find things. That's what I'm trying to say. So we'll take the eyeball. Easy guy. My monster. Sure. Underscore SPR. monster underscore OBJ. So we're gonna open up. Well, we're gonna open up iMonster, not the grass green. I don't know why it does that. Okay, we're going to open up Evil Wizard. Now he has a timeline set, so now I don't know why we set up the timeline. We really didn't have to do that. I think it helped. What it did is it looped. I think that makes it easier for us. We'll just do that, I guess. So what we're going to do is, for this guy, the Wizard Blast will duplicate. We'll call this iBlast SPR. Edit sprite. We're going to get in here. We're going to delete all of this. And we're going to make it like this color. That's fine, like a mustard. And we're going to stretch it because I want it to be smaller, so 60%, let's say. Okay, we're going to go to the timelines here. We're going to duplicate this timeline. We're going to call this iShoot underscore time. If the position is collision free, iMonster and iMonster. Monster. Okay. Create the instance of where is it? I never created it as an object. It's alright. We'll just do this for now. iMonster. So what this project is turning into, by the way, just quickly, is an organized mess, really. What this is, like I said, it's more of a template right now, because we have all the necessary parts to make an RPG, but this isn't really considered an RPG right now. So I think what we're going to do, and I think we're going to have a third part. We're going to turn that part into an organized RPG. So we went from the bare basics of the game itself, the bare base mechanics, to setting up an RPG template, to setting up an actual RPG.
and third session and third part. So we'll see how that goes. So we're gonna make this. We're gonna make him shoot. I want to say faster, just because he's a smaller person, so or smaller character. So I don't know. I feel like that makes sense. So we're gonna call this I shoot. I'm not sure what I called it. I blast, I think. Yeah. I blast underscore _J. An instance of I blast. There we go. So we're going to go to the main here. We're going to figure out. Actually, no. Let's see. How do I have it set for damage? The blast. That's our blast. The wizard blast. Doesn't it still do damage to the other guy, though? We have to test that out. Is he apparent? No. Because we don't want it to be apparent. Okay, so we're going to have to test it out. We're going to have to jump into the shop, and then we're going to have to jump back out of the shop into the main 2 OBJ and see if he still is affected by the damage from the wizard. So he's not. We're going to fix that, but if he is, I'm not sure why. Yeah, he's not. Okay. So collision with main 2. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing with I blast. Collision with main. We're going to destroy the instance, and then we're going to set the health relative to negative. Do a fast but strong enemy. Sure, why not, right? Collision with main 2. Copy that. Paste that. Copy that. Paste that. Okay, and that should be good. And all I have to do is move the eye monster. Eye monster. Okay, so what we're going to do now is the gold. The blast has to kill the eye monster. Do the same thing. We're going to create a firework, create an instance of gold, destroy the instance, and destroy the instance. This is going to be at eye monster. Destroy the blast, and we're going to destroy other. Okay, perfect. One thing we're also going to want to do is see if we can go down to the gold here, and we can. That's about as centered as it's going to get. Yeah, that's okay. All right, so now we're going to test them out. We never assigned a timeline to it, though. Eye monster, create.
timelines are very useful, actually, now that I'm looking at it. So we can pause them, fast forward them, things like that. So could be useful for later in the game. Quick death. Yeah. Alright, so... What's next? Part of what we have to do next is the tiles in the background have that kind of look, the pixelated look almost, like they look like squares. Because they are squares, they're tiles, but I'm not 100% sure why they do that. Also, we need to figure out how to keep the player dead. So what we can do, some more health, we can change the sprite into... Alright, what we can do, I think we still have the main dead. We have main dead as the... Yeah, we do. So let's test this out with... no more health. We're not going to change the sprite, we're going to change the instance into main dead. OBJ. Which causes a problem, I think, with the control object. If it does, then we're going to have to delete the control object. Yeah, that's what it has a problem with. So what we can do with that, we can copy that, paste that, and we can destroy control. And that shouldn't have a problem anymore. That will just make us look dead. We won't have any health or any scores, but that works. That works fine. So we're going to do the same thing with the main 2 here. No more health. Change instance into main dead. We're going to destroy control 2 for this one because that's control 1 isn't in the same room. So we know this works. And that works. That's a problem. So when you die in the... let's see. I'm trying to think how this works. And then in theory, what you can do is you can go get another health pack, and then it's not... Oh, because we've got negative health now. That's why. Okay. So the problem here lies in restarting this room. Restarting Aftershock because the main character doesn't have the create ability. Just trying to think. Just trying to think. We can have another room here. What we can do is duplicate the room. Aftershock Death, maybe. We'll have to do that. We'll try that, see how that works. Probably friendly forest. Aftershock Death. So we're going to delete main 2. We're going to put main 1 back in here. And we're also going to timer end is, let's see, timer 1, timer 2. Timer block, timer 2, timer end. So we don't have timer 1 in here, which means we can use timer 1. Okay, sorry, I just turned my head around this a little bit. So the main character, when he dies, he deletes time block regardless of what happens. So what we need to happen is timer 1 needs to collide with timer end, and then we launch into Aftershock Death. We also need gravity to work for timer 1. That works already. So in this room, Aftershock, we'll delete that, and we're going to add timer 1 in here. Because then it can launch us into Aftershock Death, which is then main object. So now we also need control 1 in here. Timer 2 is good. In theory, that should work. A little bit of a chaotic way to do it, I guess, but it should work. It's a little confusing, though. Alright, so you die there. That's normal. Alright. Go back. Go back. You die here now. I don't know why it does that weird thing when the views aren't focused. But the Aftershock Death needs to go back to main character. And that should work fine now. I know I just said that like 3 times, but this time it should actually work fine. was that? If you're moving a certain direction, I'll just keep you moving that direction. So what we need to do is main 2, no more health, stop moving. So they can't have them. I mean, it's a really simple fix, but keep testing it like this, and this is how you figure out small bugs like that. Yeah, you can't do that anymore. Alright, that works. Let's save our project. Let's go back up to this board here. Alright, we did that. That took us all of, what, 20 minutes? Send health system for enemies. I don't think we're going to end up doing that. But we'll see. Create bosses with decent amount of health. Like I said, I don't know if we're going to do 3 to 5, but we are going to do at least 1. And not necessarily with lots of health. It's not exactly sure how we're going to go about doing that. So we are going to have, we're only about a half an hour into this video, a little over than that, and I've already done a lot of part 2's worth of stuff on my board here, which means part 3 can probably be meshed into this part as well. Alright, so first let's create a new level. Duplicate this room, not rename, duplicate. We're going to make it go first. We're going to call this Introduction. And we're going to delete these objects. You know, I'll probably make the room pretty small too. Let's change the size of it to, say, 500 by 500. This isn't going to be in here. We're not going to end up dying in this room. This is just a strictly introductory level room. We're going to have to discuss. I'm not 100% sure how the system is going to end up working for the why can't I delete these tiles? There we go. We're going to have to come up with a system for how this works with the controls. I'm not sure how. I think we're going to have to alternate back and forth between the Control 1 and Control throughout the Control 1 and Control 2 throughout the game, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Each room is going to be a little tricky to build, I think. It's not going to be tricky, it's going to be time consuming because we've got to go back and forth between the variables and everything with the controls and timers and everything, and with the controls and things like that. So I think what we need to do for the most part is try to keep large rooms. We don't want to have a bunch of rooms. That's an easy solution to our problem. So we're going to do that. But in the introductory room, it's just going to be a, like, hey, This is you. This is what you're doing here. Things like that. So we're probably going to launch into some Canva. We'll actually delete the whole room here just so we clean slate. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll launch into Canva. Make some text. What do I want? I guess I'll do fences around this level. I'll go to grass tile. I'll make some grass around the whole thing. We're also going to do this down here, just because there's a tiny bit left. We could just change the room size, but this works just the same. We're going to build some fences on top of these, and our room will be pretty much done. So this is control. I'm not sure which one's which, actually. We'll have to take a look in a second. Tedious, I know, sorry. But once we're done with this, we can jump into Canva, make some text, and say this is, your character, use these controls to do whatever. Maybe we wouldn't have that. Maybe we'll just have a character who can't even do any magic yet. And that's how it starts. We'll just start with a firing range. Might be good, like a bunch of globs just sitting there, just chilling. Get blown up. But if we're going to do this, this means the first level in the game has to have main 1, not main 2, which may just undo some of the work we just did, the other level, which would suck. So we'll see exactly. What that means in a second. We'll make a flower patch over here. One over here. That's it though, no more flowers. Alright, well, now we can go to fence tiles and have fun with this part. Okay, let's do that, we're going to do that, and we're going to keep bringing these up here, like fences all across, top and bottom in each side. The level building is some of the tedious parts of this, because the tiles are only 16 by 16, and usually it scores 32 by 32, so it makes it easy, but that
this makes twice the work, obviously. So that's a bit of a pain. Not a big deal, though. I mean, there are worse things in the world, so... And again, if you hold shift down, you can do, like, a mass producing of that, but still, it's a bit annoying. Actually, we're going to delete that, and we're going to hit that here, because that's how the other one's lined up as well. Alright. And bottom one. We have to create an exit, obviously, an exit point for this. So we will be sure to do that, but that goes there. Actually, no, wait. Did I? I did. Okay. So this goes there, this goes there. Actually, oops. This goes here. And this goes here. And there we go. Okay. Now we have our first room. That's not... nothing. So we're going to delete this, this, and this. And that'll be our path to the next room. We're going to make main here. And we're going to put a bunch of globs places. This might be like the tutorial level. Well, actually, I don't like tutorial levels in games. So I think we're just going to make this the actual first level. This goes into the game. And then we're going to have to make a object here. To friendly forest obj. We're just going to use anything really. So we're going to use the friendly forest shop sprite. No big deal. We're only going to do the main, because only the main character is going to be in this level, not the second main. To friendly forest, and we're going to launch him into friendly forest, of course. So we're going to do that. Let's see how this works. It might not work too well with the variables. What's going to happen probably with this level? This is fine. We're not going to lose any health in this level. And for some reason they're not dropping gold anyway. Oh, they're all dropping gold in the one. On that side. That's weird. Okay. Well, let's go to the friendly forest. It's going to reset. Yeah. It's going to reset, which isn't a good thing, obviously. So what we are going to do simply change him out for main 2, and you'll probably want to put him up at the top of the screen where this entry area is. And then from there. going to change the control to control 1. Or control 2, how bad. And that should work. Now the reason why these aren't... The blast hitting glob. I'll try the other, and that should create them all at each individual place instead of pooling in one area on one side of the map. I'm not sure why they did that. It shouldn't have happened, obviously. That's not working. That's not working. That's because all of it's being pulled over here. 35 gold, and then again with the views. So first of all, let's make this invisible. We might not end up jumping into Canva this session, by the way. We're already close to about 50 minutes in. I'd like to keep them around an hour, but I might jump into Canva, make it a longer session. Alright, so we're going to do blast. Oh, not glob. We're going to blast. At self, glob obj.x.y. Alright, this should be fine. These are all working fine over here. Maybe just their positioning, so we'll just delete them all and call it at that. So, we need to go to view. And this should work fine. I've said that probably 10 times this session. No, still not working the right way. Okay, then you go in here, and it should. Can't do that, but okay, back over here, gold's 50. And there isn't a barrier on the aftershock or aftershock death. So not only do we need to create barriers there on both of these levels, aftershock death we want character to be, I guess we'll bring him back over here because that's the beginning of the room. That's fine. And then we'll create barriers over here. And the problem is having too many globs in the same room, which makes sense. There's only one glob, that'd be fine. But it's more than one glob. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to duplicate evil wizard 2 underscore obj. We're going to delete the timeline. Well, we'll do intro evil wizard. We'll call it that. Same thing with the eye monster. Intro eye monster underscore obj. Delete that. going to do, main, no, actually it's the blast, because that's what we're spawning. The blast, collide with each of these, well, both of these intro eye monster. I'm just going to copy and paste all these. So much of a pain that is. And then we're going to call it intro eye monster, so we'll just add intro to that. And then we're going to do the same thing here, and then the same thing for the intro evil wizard. So what this does is that it allows you to shoot them and kill them without them shooting back, just for the intro level, so we can show the player what's going on. Because what's happening is we're having too many objects of the same kind in the room, which is making it spawn all funny. Alright, so we're gonna that. Intro evil wizard. And then intro eye monster. Looks about right, maybe. That's good. Save that. Go back down here. That works though, I'm not 100% sure why. Cool, so that works actually pretty well. We've got another level now, so we can go back over to the hack and plan here. We didn't create any bosses yet. We designed the health system as well as we're going to, I think. So we got, it took us, what, 40 minutes last session? Part 3. We need to earn gold from quests still. We need to create more levels, but we did create some. We need to do all of this still. It's all relatively easy though. Really the big thing is the bosses, which I'm not 100% sure about doing, to be honest. The next thing that we need to do is we really need to add like an introduction. The intro level, what we're going to be doing is we're going to write some text on it and say, you know, what this is. I might save that for last, actually. This is the very end of the game. The end of the game development is what I mean. So my idea of this game is we're going to go from this main level, this is just practice, into the friendly forest, which we want to add more trees, a lot more trees if it's going to be a forest. We're going to delete all the enemies in here. and maybe find someone to talk to and make a quest out of that. We won't make the market in this room either. And that quest will send us to another level, which will, propel us on our journey. So, like I said, RPGs take a while to make. As you can see, we've been at this for a little while, and we have very little progress in the grand scheme of the development cycle. But we do have that we do have. I can't speak today at all. So we're going to develop the very base template. So we're going to go into the story a little bit. We're going to have like a quest or two or something. We're going to build a main menu, some sound effects, some music. That's going to be pretty easy. That's going to be one of the last things we do, towards the end of it at least. And there isn't all that much, because these are kind of right in hand, the quests and the gold. Because the quests, all they're going to be is a design of levels, or just like one long level with the view set, so it's, a wide level or something. And you're going to kill a lot of people, and in order to get to like a button or something, or hit a lever to open up a door, or whatever it is. And then from there, there's another going to be an enemy at the end where he's got different objects on him, and once you kill him, you get, I don't know, say 50 gold or something. Or maybe he's blocking the path and you have to get through the path, and then once that happens, you open up, you get to another level, another room, and that other room, when you talk to the same guy, you get money for him. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's generally the idea. Should be pretty simple, relatively simple concept. So we will discuss more in the next video. But in this video, what we did, we created some more levels. I know I've kind of gone over this already. Created a little bit more levels. Another enemy. And we fixed the variables. So, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hello everyone, my name is Jacob Zoll, and today we are back at it with session 5. Session 5 of our game Worth More, our top-down 2D RPG game in Game Maker Studio. So we've done, last session, what we did was a lot of this. We finalized, well, we added some of this. We just moved to the completed section. But what we did, we built the marketplace, got a different enemy in there, we fixed some variables. I think that's all we did. Bosses, I think we're going to add to the backlog for now. I don't think we're really going to mess with those too much. We are creating more levels, and we're going to add some quests in this session before my laundry is done. That's the mid-session here between laundry room endeavors. So we created the introduction room, and we created a few different variables here from the different rooms. So we're going to hit play, and we're just going to show you, I'm just going to show you what exactly was accomplished within the last session. So, alright, so this is the introduction room. Walking around. Boom. Gold. Boom. Gold. Boom. Gold. Go over here. And hey, we are in the friendly forest. So, first thing we're going to do, obviously, we're a little, created this, health pack, -5 gold, 25 gold, and then that will kill you, and then that'll reset you back to where you started in the level. So, altogether we have it's not a game, like a solid game yet, but it is it's something, is what it is. So what we're going to do in this session, we're going to start off, we're going to start adjusting the friendly forest. We're going to make this a little unpleasant. This isn't going to be very fun, because what we're going to have to do, we can do actually, let's see here, can we do this? Okay, we're going to go over here to the grass tile, we're going to edit. Oh, no, not the grass tile. My bad. We're going to go to the fences tile. Edit background, file, and save as PNG. We're going to save it under here. It's going to be the tree tile BG. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create a sprite called tree underscore SPR. Going to hit edit. We are going to create from strip. And what we're just going to do is we're just going to make this an actual object now. It'll be a lot easier for us, and we can also delete some of the other trees we have as sprites, or as tiles, which will be easier for this whole level because we're going to need to develop a lot of trees here. That looks good. I mean, it looks alright, you know. So tree, SPR, okay, so we're going to make this an object, tree, square obj, tree, make it a solid. We're going to have the main, add event, collision, to a tree, collision, tree. And we're going to make them stop. Got to do the same thing with the second one. Okay, another thing we are going to do is we're going to duplicate this. We're going to call this main down underscore obj. And I believe we already have a, yeah. So we'll do this and make it a parent of the main object. So it's the exact same thing. The only thing is we can position them differently. So instead of him facing this, which we don't want him to do, we're going to make him face downwards, like he should. Also, we're going to want to delete some of this. First of all, he goes right there. The introduction, this is bothering me, so there's only 3 open slots. So we're going to fill these in. We're going to delete that. Tiles, unlock. So we're going to lock this again. Grass tile. Oh, what a pain. Okay. So lock that again. Bring it back. Bring it back. Unlock. Actually, sorry, lock. Actually, okay. We're just going to not use those. We'll create new ones. Don't worry about this. So, fence. We're going to create a little bit more fence. Ooh, and now what we meant to do, because it's this one, and lock. So this isn't exactly even, like I thought it was. Not a big deal though. Okay, we're going to lock that, go to objects. And we're going to change the snap to about there, 16 by 16 again. We're going to go to barrier and lock everything in place again. Okay, it's good. So now we're going to unlock things. We're going to delete this whole tree, that one too, and that one as well. So what we need to do is go back to tiles, unlock again. And we're going to go to grass tile. And grass tile. Okay. And now we can go lock it again, just so we don't accidentally mess anything up. Objects, we're going to tree, and we should just be able to place it anywhere. And there we go. We can create a forest, an actual forest now. And these should be able to go, say, right over here on top of these, and they still function fine. trying to figure out how to lay these out so that it looks like a legit forest. That's the best I can do. This is going to be a little tedious. But luckily we won't have to do it for, won't have to do much of it because it is just one area. Oh. By one area, I mean it's just one level. We're not too worried about anything here. Just to let you know, down here I'm rendering some other videos, so if it's a little laggy, it shouldn't be, it really shouldn't. But if there's a tiny bit of anything, that's why. There really shouldn't be, though. I made sure to wait as long as possible to record this. There's only like one video left rendering. There was 4. I sped up my computer a lot, so it seems a little empty. Like if I go to the desktop or something, that's exactly why. If you're curious, I mean, it's it has helped speed up Windows 10 very much for me, and I really needed that. This room really doesn't need to be this big. Because ideally we would have trees everywhere. I'm not exactly sure how we can do that, but like they're going to overlap a bit. It wouldn't look that bad if the roots weren't like overlapping. So what we're going to do, we're going to size this room down. Regardless, I'm going to have to duplicate this room here for the after shops. So yeah, we're just going to size it down. Make this, say, I don't know, 500, maybe 400, and 900. Yeah, 900 is good. Go to objects. We're going to delete all of these here. Let's see. All this should be deleted to enhance performance a little bit. So we are going to do that in a second. We're not going to delete the timer though. The timer should still function normally outside of the room. Otherwise, we shouldn't really have to do too much because we could just fill the level with trees for the most part. So we're going to go to the tiles here, unlock the tiles. Put some water over there just so it's doesn't look too bad. Okay, once we know this level, what we can do as well is in this session what we're going to do is we're just going to make one quest, which will expand into another room. Just one more room. Nothing crazy. And then after that, the game's almost done. All we really need to do from there is sound effects and a main menu. And that's the basics of an RPG. Alright, so that looks good. So what we have to do here is we're going to make some water. And then we're going to, just in case, we don't want any glitches. We're just going to make a barrier around the level. We probably don't even need to, like I said. But just in case. Okay, so this is a lot easier to build trees around in this level now. So what we're going to do is have we're gonna have some guy over here about the quest. So we need to fill up this entire, well, not this entire area, but enough of it so it looks presentable. We might actually end up scrapping some of those other extra levels. I mostly did them just to show how it works with the variables and everything. I will probably keep them just for the sake of having them in the game. And these are invisible, these red tiles, so they should look fine when we're in the game. Now, one thing you can do to make this process a lot easier is you can make a sprite with, I don't know, say 15 of these in a row, and then you can turn that into an object and then just paste that, and you'll have your row already made. Only the beneficial part about this that's nice is that it snaps into place. And like I said, if you use views and stuff, it doesn't make much of a difference anyway, because what we're doing with the views is simply changing them. I mean, so that it fits the player. It's like right now, the view here is not going to encompass this whole room. It's just going to encompass like this little box. So the player will walk around a little bit, and the room will feel bigger than it actually is, just because you can't see certain parts of it. So make that all over there. So we're gonna close it off. Alright, that's pretty cool looking. So we'll try that and see what happens from there. Alright, so the draw event in Control 2 because this is the wrong character, right? Okay, so what we're going to do as well, we're going to duplicate this main down 2 underscore obj. So we're going to make the same sprite, and the parent is going to be the main 2. So just facing different directions. Simple as that. what's happening is that it's thinking it's another character, or it's trying to give main 2 an object or a presence, if that makes sense. But it's not there, so it's trying to do something to main 2, but there isn't main 2 isn't in the level. Only main 1 is. So, but now it'll be fine. Trees kind of look like they're on top of each other a little bit up here, don't they? These don't. That's not good. Not exactly the nicest forest you've ever seen. But it is not a big deal. I will probably fix that my own time, because this is a fun project to pursue. Alright, so we are going to ignore these for now. We're going to duplicate this, and we're just going to mess around with it a little bit. Well, first of all, by 16 by 16. So we're going to carve a path here. Objects, unlock. We're going to delete some of that, delete some of that. Delete a bunch of trees. And that's okay. So we're going to make this here, and we're going to go to tiles. We're going to delete all these. We're just making it entirely grass in this level. We're not even going to have a person there. We're just going to go over the bare principles, the very bare principles of a quest and what it means. So I can show you some examples of some things I was telling you about in the previous videos of what ideas I had. It's a very simple process to make, so. Okay. One thing we are going to want to do as well is create another main left 2 underscore OBJ. Move left, and it's just going to be the same thing. Parent, there we go, perfect. Because we're going to have to spawn inwards from over here. And we're going to have say a tree. A tree line, and with say a health back there. These we're gonna have an eye blast. Nope, not eye blast. My bad. Ooh, an eye monster, not an eye blast. Where is it? Where is it? Monster. Just make sure recording fine. Yep. Okay. Did I grab the blast again? I did, didn't I? Thought I grabbed the monster. I'm monster. We have him there. And him there. trap him in here. Make it look a little bit nicer than this. Go 1-1. Same thing over there. Okay, we're gonna have the globs here as well. And then we're going to want to, the shopkeeper, did I ever make him an object? I did. So we're going to rename this guy. From a few sessions back, I'm going to call him Goblin _ SPR. Goblin. That's good. I mean, it's, you know, not a big deal. We'll just name this one the right way. Goblin _ OBJ. And what we are going to do is have him drop a let's see, we're gonna make a goblin to _OBJ, make them solids, and then a goblin 3 OBJ. So we're going to make a goblin shot, goblin blast, SPR, make this one green, because goblin. We're going to make this 32 by 32 is fine, be a large one. That's fine for now. Okay, goblin blast _ OBJ. We're gonna create another timeline for goblin shoot _ time. I'm gonna add step 0. He's going to create moving instance of, it's going to be at, I don't know, goblin _ OBJ.x. It's fine, and then goblin _ OBJ.y minus 15. Speed of 6, 90 degrees, 90, or 180, 180, yeah. And that should work. So then we're going to go to the goblin here. I'm going to create and the timeline. We're just going to test it out first. Start loop, goblin shoot time, loop. And what we're going to do here, same thing we're doing like the eye blast. collision with main character. And we destroy the... Oh, no. Copy. Destroy self, yep. And set the health relative to minus 35. Minus 33. Take 3 hits. And you're done for, basically. Okay, and then we'll do collision main 2. We don't have to worry about the other ones just because they're the exact same thing, just facing different direction. So I'm gonna copy that, copy that, copy that. Okay, so now it should hurt. Okay, so now we're gonna go to, call this quest underscore 1. We're gonna goblin. And we're going to make some trees around him. A little harder to get to. Not the easiest first. I guess this kind of is a boss. Kind of unintentionally, but I guess it is. Alright, that looks like a solid level. And that should work. In theory. It's always in theory though, isn't it? So you know, that would help a little bit if I made a way to get there. So we're going to do this. We're going to 2 quest 1 underscore bj. We're going to have main 2 collide with quest 1. And we're going to go to quest 1. Simple like that. So over here in Friendly Forest, we're going to got objects. Can we delete these? Or yeah, okay. And then we're gonna go to quest 1 here. What does it look like? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4. Go to tiles. Now we need to bring grass back in there. Do the tiles adjust to the No. No, they're just 16 by 16. Okay. Forgot for a second that we designed it like this. Alright, so we're gonna lock actually never mind. Let's do this. Yeah, because you can't touch them. So we're going to lock this, we're going to go to tiles, and we're going to lock those just so we don't mess it up next time on accident. Alright, so we're going to go again. Okay, so dying doesn't really work in this game mode. Alright, so first of all, Goblin Blast is a bit too big. So we're going to size this down, but not entirely. I do want it still relatively large, just not as large as it is. I think part of the problem, I'm not sure which way it's going. It should shoot the right direction. So step one is create new instance. Let's go to if position is collision free. Let's do that. Goblin shoot. Goblin shoot. It's plus 30. But that's because it's going downwards. So we could just do x and then x plus 30. And that should work. So what I want to do is, I want to, when you shoot the goblin, he transforms into another object. And then when you shoot that object, turns to another object. And then again, except the third time he dies. And ideally, I'd want him to shoot like 3 times. What? Okay, let's try moving him on the map. First of all, let's move this to quest 1. Let's just do enough to go through each level. Action if empty. I'm not a smart man sometimes. You probably all saw that. Goblin. OBJ. Not goblin shoot OBJ. Goblin OBJ. Oh man. Alright, so he should be spawning something, but he is not spawning anything. Of Goblin Blast, OBJ, plus 30, speed of, direction of 180, which is right. Yeah, that makes sense. It might be his position on the map. So we'll try that. Let me turn off my alarm real quick. Laundry's done soon, so alarm's about to go blaring in the oof, that certainly kills you in one go. Well, let's see. If position is collision free, X plus 45. Let me just make sure it's again. Oh my god, I am an idiot. Jeez. Direction of 0. I thought 0 was at the top, and then... Well, that is the intended effect, but... a little too, little too headstrong there. I put him up there instead. I mean, he's doing it right. I had another idea as well of making him shoot everywhere, but I think that's a good place to go. So what we are going to do is Goblin 2 and Goblin 3 are going to be parents of Goblin 1. We're also going to duplicate the gold 2 OBJ. And so we're going to make this, let's see, where's our blast? Blast, collision with Goblin, changes into Goblin 2. Yes, performing events. Applies to Goblin. And then collision with Goblin 2 turns into Goblin 3, applying to Goblin 2. And then collide with Goblin 3, we're going to do the firework thing. And then create instance of gold. Goblin 3 underscore, oh no, that's already there. Goblin 3, except we're gonna make it gold 2. Oh wait, so we're going to destroy the blast, yeah. Then we're going to destroy the blast again. No. Blast and other. Right. Okay, it's good. So now we're going to name this. We're not going to rename it. That's fine. But we are going to change main add event, collide with gold 2. So we're going to copy this. And we're going to copy this. So we're going to make this, let's say 35 gold. Or even 50 gold, that's fine. And then destroys the other. Okay. Main 2, we're going to do the same thing. Like the exact same thing, so. And that should work. Make them a little low if we can. Can barely get through there. Okay, so overall it's an okay level. Problem is, first of all, let's move that up. When the blast hits the goblin, I think part of what we're missing is it's not destroying the instance, because what's happening is it is turning into the second goblin, but it's also turning into the third, or it's turning into the first, it's turning into the second and then third, and then it's destroying all in the same go because it's going right through it, and every millisecond counts there. Perfect way to do health. That works. Alright, so that level works. All we have to do now is... I don't want to create a duplicate of that level for when you die, because I'm going to change the level a bunch. And like I said, I'm going to work on this project outside of these videos. Another project I'm going to work on outside of videos because it is a good project and I like working on it. It's fun, but it is a lot of work, and there's only so much I can tutorial. The rest is kind of just watching me do it. If you're interested in seeing like a part 3 of me completing the game, or just a live stream of work on the game or something like that, let me know, and I'd be more than happy to do that. And I might even do that on my own hand, the live stream of it. That'd be a good idea. So in this session, what we did was, that's just my organizational stuff, trying to figure out some ways to enhance productivity over here on my desk. So we did complete more levels. It only took us about 15 minutes. Earn gold from quests, from one quest. That took us about, that process itself took about 10 minutes. We added one quest, so we're testing that. That's fine. So in this session, what we did was we added an extra level. We added some more. We added another quest. We kind of added a boss at the end of the quest, and we added the surplus of gold from killing that boss too. So that's how you do that. Next session, in the 6th and final session for this part, what we will be doing is these 3 things. We're going to spend about 45 minutes to an hour just playing it a little bit, bug testing it, things like that, of things that should be working, like the death thing. I've been over that already. I might fix that. I'm not really sure, because I'm going to change it, so I'm just going to redo it later anyway. And then we've got to build a main menu screen, which shouldn't be hard, and add music and sound effects. That shouldn't be hard as well. It's probably more like a 45-minute or so video. So thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in session 6. Have a great night, or day, or whatever time. Hello everybody, my name is Jacob Zoll, and welcome back to the final session of this project for our 2D top-down RPG in Game Maker Studio, a project called Worthmore. And this final session is about music, basically. Music, sound effects, main menu, basic things like that. It'll be a relatively shorter session. We'll probably go into some bug fixes a little bit here and there. First of all, we need to move this room back over here. Okay, that's good. So, last session, what we did was we created the first quest, created this room here, did a few things like that. So, again, this is session 6, and I guess we're going to jump right into it. We're going to need to use Open Game Art for this session, as well as Canva. Open Game Art mostly for the music and the sound, well, entirely for the music and sounds, whereas Canva we're going to use for our main menu. So we're going to actually jump right in here, use custom dimensions, make it, I don't know, say 300 by 200. And create a new room. Make the top here. And we're going to call this main underscore menu. Very simple. Easy way to do it. Actually, we don't want to do that. So what we are going to do is we're going to go make a heading. And we're going to size it. Try to put something that we like. Good size that we like. What kind of text for a title of the game. I kind of like that. Kind of has a retro-ish kind of feel. I kind of like that. And then what we can do here, we'll do that. We'll test it out, see how it looks. We're going to go over here, we're going to create a new room as well. We're going to call this, just call it image. That's fine. We're going to make this a small room. It's going to be 600 by 600. We need to lower the volume. And what we're going to do in this room is we're going to make tiles. We're going to make this 16 by 16. Put the grass tiles here. And we're just going to do this. So all we're doing in this room is making a scenery for the main menu. Another complex. You know, actually what we can do instead, we can just copy. We'll delete this. Delete that. We're going to copy friendly forest. Move it up. We'll just keep it name room 8. And we are going to objects unlock. And something like that should be fine. And we're going to use our trusty tool, Gyazo. I'm not really sure how they like us to interpret that. But it's Gyazo. And you know what, actually what we need to do in this room, we can delete the control and the gravity, and then we can also take off the views. We need like a full-size view up there. Problem is it's gonna be a little stretched, I think. We'll see how we can make it look a little bit better. So we'll do this. Save image as. Notice, if you've seen my previous videos, you might notice my downloads folder is actually clean, which is pretty nice. Alright, so we're going to go to backgrounds, edit, we are going to open, go to libraries, and for me, I'm going to go to my downloads folder. If I can find it somewhere. Downloads. Main menu underscore BG. And we are going to then create a sprite for title screen underscore SPR. Edit. Create from file. And we're actually going to want to do this. We're going to copy that, delete that, and paste it. A little bit easier to control there. Title screen underscore BJ. So we're going to delete this room now. Backgrounds, we're going to go to main menu background. We're going to stretch it. It looks okay, actually. It does not look bad. We are going to title screen here. It's not as big as I thought it was going to be. It also doesn't look as good as I was hoping. Not feeling that. Not at all. Okay, so what we can do now, let's go back over here, Canva. First of all, this needs to be bigger. So we're going to resize. Actually, going to change dimensions to 800 by 800. Actually, 800 by 2000. Wrong way. Oops. 2000 by 800. There we go. I'm gonna make this bigger than it was. This is already a lot bigger than it was, so it should be fine. Probably too big, actually. So I'm trying to find something. The text on my screen, the recording does look a little odd, I know. But when I was working on making my computer run a little faster, I disabled a lot of these effects for Windows 10, and this is one of them. I'm guessing it's rendering with the smoothness of text or something, but I'm considering changing it back because it is very annoying. But my computer is running faster, so we will see. Remember, it's got to be unique in a way, but it's kind of hard to be unique when you're using just fonts like this. You can't really bold some of these either. Looks like Comic Sans a little bit. Not like actually like Comic Sans, but it doesn't look very professional. Doesn't fit the game, I guess. This one, not a fan of it. Doesn't fit the style too well. The language is interesting. Okay, so we're gonna go back up here. Where was that one? There was one that was okay. I don't remember exactly which one it was though. That could work. Kind of like how it's a little fancy. Little fancy is actually kind of nice with this. So let's see if we can find... I could see that working. Maybe. It's kind of screaming at you. Probably because it's all bold. Not bold, but capitalized. I didn't mean to hit that one. I meant to hit this one. Yellowtail. That can work. I feel like that's just more of a, it's not really a statement, that's more just a sitting there. I've gone over this a lot in my videos, but your vision within your game, like your style of, we'll try this one. The style of how your game looks greatly impacts how your game is played. And the first appearances aren't everything, but it kind of plants a seed in the players of your game's mind of what they're going to expect, or like what, you know, they think of when they see this image, or whatever it is. So just be careful what exactly you choose. This is a lot bigger than I meant it to be, but we'll try it. It's actually good size. Kind of like that. One thing that I actually kind of would like in this game, I think it'd be kind of cool to have, is something like this, except it's gonna be a lot smaller font, like something like this. That'd be kind of cool, except we wanted to make this a lot smaller. It has to be wider. And maybe make it flash a little bit as well. So we can do this. Transparent background. And then what we can try to do here, we can do a transparent, maybe make it say 35 transparent. And we'll try both of these. So we're gonna make it a sprite, call it, we'll name it in a second. So this is gonna be worth more 2. We'll make them the same size like this. This is fine. So we're gonna call it enter 1 underscore enter. Enter start underscore SPR. I'm gonna edit the sprite again. Actually, it's gonna be easier if we no. Let's try doing this. Let's just add from file, and we'll do 3. So we're going to stretch to say 20. Okay, we're going to do enter start underscore obj. So we're going to go to other, I believe. Let's see, where is it? Keyboard. Alright, so we're just going to go to here, where others should be enter. Where is it? Enter, yeah. And we're going to have it go to the next room. Simple as that. Hopefully it flashes like we want it to. We put it at 20 because we wanted to flash, but just not super quickly. So hopefully that isn't too quickly. And we haven't put it in the game because we are smart. I am smart, right? So we're going to save it. We're going to play it. Well, that works. Except it's a little too, it's not transparent enough, I think. Maybe we'll just make it entirely transparent. I think that would look better, honestly. So. Delete, actually, wait. So, can I not just delete them? Delete? Delete? Delete, delete, delete. Yeah, I am doing that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the screen's just so big that it doesn't really see that. So we're going to add from file. It's completely transparent. So we're going to duplicate this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Add from strip. No, my bad. Add from file, and it's going to be worth number 4. And we're going to stretch this out to 20. And that should work. Because what it's doing, then it's just going to flash, like the old school games. Okay, well, it should flash. Shouldn't be hard to do. All we're going to do, let's try this instead. Copy and paste this. I don't know why we just didn't do that. So, and we're going to delete that. That's fine. And then we're going to animate and stretch to 20. I know that should actually work. I don't know why it was solid black. Weird. And there we go. Looks alright. We're in the thick of it now. Yeah. Alright, cool. There is one thing I would like it to be longer, though. So we'll stretch it to, say, 30. We'll try that, see how that goes. What's wrong with this? We'll get into the sound. That's good. Very simple loading screen. It doesn't need to be super complex or anything. Alright, we're done with Canva. Now we're on music, so we're going to turn this way down, because last time we tried this with the volume up. Damn. Intense. I like that, but not for the main menu. Alright, so we're gonna look for 8-bit. And find an 8-bit or chiptune. Those generally work well for me. Ooh, no, I didn't mean to. I kind of like it, but definitely not it. Okay. Alright, let's look at chiptune. Kind of like that. That's pretty cool, but not what we need. I like that for the main menu, but not feeling it too much. Cool, but not what we need for RPG based game. No. No. See, finding sounds can be very difficult. Because again, just like the text, you got to make sure it fits your game. Too dramatic. I was too serious before that. That's cool, but that might work for a main menu theme, actually, but I don't know. I like this. We'll use that for our main menu. Now we just need something a little more relaxed for the game itself. Too fast. Otherwise I like it. I kind of like that as well. Alright, so we'll use those. Okay, we'll take a look at that too. So we're going to download. First of all, we are going to bookmark this. Give credits. These are all, of course, if the game launches. It's an actual game. And I want to give him credit as well, obviously. I'm not sure if we're going to use this one, though. So, okay, we are going to go to Game Maker. I'm going to jump into the sounds, main menu _ sounds. We're going to open. We're going to go to Downloads, Town Theme. Okay, we're going to add another one. It's going to be main level sound _ sound. Okay, that's good. Now we are going to go to our downloads folder. RPG sounds, Kenny. Okay, these are all some of their VLC. Okay. There aren't like any attacking sounds or anything. It's alright. Very quiet. Okay, we'll use that for the coins. Now, let's not use any of those, actually, to be honest. I mean, they're okay, but they're not good. Like, it's not what we need, really. I would use it, but it doesn't help us. So spell sounds, swoosh sounds. Coin toss sounds. Okay, this one sounds like it could work. He's gonna ask for credit. Okay. I don't like that sound. I don't like that either. That's too harsh. I mean, the spell sound could work, I guess, but that one, it's good. Not gonna work. It doesn't have any like hitting mechanism, hitting sounds, like attacking and maybe attacking, but I deleted the other kit that I had when I was cleaning out the inventory on accident, cleaning out my hard drive. Alright, so we'll just add this one for now, the coin one. Add coin, pickup underscore sound, PG sound pack. Was it miscellaneous? No. It's fine. Okay, it's all right. We do need a sound, another sound pack to fit the. We need a spell and then a hit when it hits. We don't really need the firing, but more the hitting, preferably. 512 sounds. That's a lot of sounds. Alright, we're opening this up. Come on, load. Alright, essential. Well, those will work for the dying part. Those are cool, but this is weapons, shotguns. Those explosions. Ah, okay, that makes sense. I don't need any of those. General sounds. This is a great collection, though. Interactions. Weapons. I kind of like the dagger for the shooting blast sounds. We'll do that. Go with downloads, weapons. We're gonna go to melee, dagger. Okay. There was another sound. We wanted one of the death sounds, but we didn't figure out which one yet. Death screams. Try Android. No. Alien? That's good. I like that one. So then death. Enemy death. Enemy death underscore sound. Okay. And so now we are going to create an object for main menu sound underscore obj. Create event, create, and we're going to play sound main menu sound on a loop. Create another event. We're going to call this main level sound underscore obj. No, none of that. So we're going to add create. We're going to main level sound. And we're going to loop it. Alright, so the other sounds we have are coin pickup. So main, coin, and we're going to coin pickup. And we're going to copy this, paste it in gold 2, and then also for main 2. Alright, let's do the enemy death sound first. So that's going to be with the blast, which is, where is it? Our blast is right here. So when it hits the glob, it's going to make a sound, enemy death sound. So we're going to copy this, put that in evil wizard, put that in everywhere, basically. Except actually, we're going to take it out of the first goblin, and the second goblin, we're just going to put in the third goblin, because he doesn't die until the third time. Okay, and now we're going to do, this will be the more tedious one, the blast sound. So when we hit WAS or D, it's going to make a blast sound. No looping. No looping at all, except for the main sound and level sound. But those last as well. Alright, and now, before I forget, we do need to put the main menu sound here in the game, and in introduction we need to put the level sound, and this should work. We will see. Gonna take a little bit longer to render, not too much longer, but my volume's a little low. So. There we go. Worth more the game. Problem with this is it's going to play sound, main level sound, but it also has to stop playing main menu sound. I put that in here, right? Level sound again. I like that sound. That's a really good sound effect. Alright, so there are two more things I do want to do. I do want to find a human death sound. We'll use that one and call it main death underscore sound. Okay, I got that. We want to add something so when the main character goes through each different level, it makes a sound as well. And we can easily find one in this. So we're going to go to general sounds, probably under impact or something. No, not under impacts. Interactions. I like that one. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9 down. Next level underscore sound. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So we're gonna go to main. Sound. Next level sound. So we're gonna copy this. Basically put it everywhere that there's a 2 somewhere else. For main 1 and main 2. Okay, that's good. What else was there? There's a main death. So we're going to go to no more health. And we're going to play a sound. It's going to be main death. Same thing here. Okay, good. And then, let's see, what are we going to do next? What we need to do... And that should be good, for the most part. Again, this is more of a template for an actual game. This isn't a full-fledged game, obviously. But you can see how it can be developed in GameMaker. Very, not, I wouldn't say easiest to make, probably one of the more complex things you can do, but you can definitely do it with some time. This sounds a little quiet, but it's not the end of the world. We'll have to... So overall, I mean, there's obviously a bunch of things that can be fixed, and there are some things that can win, but for the most part, this is how the game is developed. So, if you want to hear any more or see any more about the game, just let me know, and I will either message you back on Skype or through my profile, or you can, or just ask me to do a live stream or something. I'll see if I do a live stream. If I can't do a live stream, I'll make another project on this game. But this is basically it for the game. Accomplished what I wanted to in this video. Made a main menu. We made music and some sound effects. And the product is pretty good. I mean, it's not, the best in the world, but it definitely works well. I'm definitely going to bookmark this. Not to credit, because they're not asking for any credit or anything. No place really besides their page here, which still might credit, but and that's basically all we've done. So this whole project, I'm happy you guys have joined me. Thank you very much, and I hope you join me in my next project. Thank you very much.